He said, damn, Black Cat peas 2 mobs? What?
Я бачу квіти у твоїх очах, я бачу літери на стінах, які ховають мою печаль. Я блимаю, пірнаю, вниз здуваюсь, повертаюсь, на підвіконні чекають мої хризантеми.
Tell him.
Ти народжена
homeless? Why you come in here cussing at people? Could you not afford your crack or whatever? I don't have any money for your go away, crackhead. On left. Acorn. That's what I saw. A fucking acorn. Manana mines. Mine. The man running around named P. Diddler talking about what's wrong with me.
Came back alone, but up the cargo.
What's up, y'all?
Wild Island is off limits to stalkers.
What? Suck my dick.
I'm working for the ward. Here's my pass.
I don't really care. But Strider will want to talk to you. Go ahead.
Stone, no! He's a stalker.
He's alone, brother. He's the one who should be afraid of us.
Mr. Bird. Damn, y'all got me fucked up. Oh man. Don't they know an alcoholic's only gonna drink twice as much alcohol to get where he needs to be?
I'm just telling you to be on your guard. Quiet. We got a loner here.
What y'all talking about? Let me hit that. Let me. Breathe it in, Johnny boy. I want to know how you're smoking through that mask. What the fuck what y'all were talking about?
That's him. I hope he ain't staying here long.
What's wrong with y'all? I'm sit here and eat this fucking wiener in your face. You hope I ain't doing what? I'll stand around longer. Feel ya. Feel my nuts. What a great door. Sit your bitch ass down. Where are you going? Where'd you go?
Find everything.
That's crazy. What do you mean hide everything?
Since you're here anyway, you got any anti-rag? I need a lot of it, and I need it right now. I'll trade you for it. The only thing I don't need here is an artifact. You can figure out what it does. Yes or no? Think quickly, it's urgent.
Yes.
I happen to have just the right amount with me.
I hope there's nothing wrong with it. When our doctor gets back, he'll check it out. What, you're gonna keep hanging around the island? Folks here won't like that one bit.
What?
I need to talk to Strider.
He's got his hands full as it is. There was an explosion at the toxic waste storage facility. But you're not gonna just walk away, are you? Go talk to Dubney. He's Strider's right-hand man. I'm busy, Loner. Go find Dubney.
Huh? Sorry, I got a little carried away there. Whoa! Are you a stalker?
Do the brothers know you're here?
They announced my arrival over the radio.
Really? Cool. Look, I've got a question. Is it true that there are no missions on the mainland?
You mean you've never been to the mainland?
Don't know. If I have, I can't remember it. We don't remember anything that happened before the monolith fell silent. So, is it true? There really aren't any emissions on the mainland?
You mean you've never...
We don't remember. So,
Actually,
you wouldn't even stop to chat with me for a second? Stalkers don't care about anything but themselves. That's why they're always alone and always miserable.
I've got another headache.
Then stop going to his sermons every night. Get a good night's sleep for once.
As if we could catch any shut-eye here. Ready to blow it in.
You're the only one who could have done it, Faust. Got anything to say? Don't move. You knew Strider was gonna go alone.
He was not alone. I sent Foma with him.
Don't try to mess with my head.
This is your anger talking, brother. You seek enemies amongst your own kind, and yet there is a stranger in your midst.
What the fuck? A stalker?
Strider entrusted the security of this island to you. I will not get in your way.
This ain't over, brother. We let you in, but that don't mean I approve of it. What do you want from us?
I need to talk to Strider.
Forget it. He's busy dealing with a problem at the storage facility, alone, as usual. He told me to back off. It's too dangerous to get near the anomalies, he says. But you are a stalker, right? You wander into that trap every day, detector in hand, trading artifacts for hooch. Ever dealt with any anomalies emerging without an emission?
I'm afraid I did.
All right, go ahead. I sure hope you ain't lying. And I don't regret trusting you.
That man that you were arguing with. Who is he?
Nobody. I thought you wanted to talk to Strider, so go talk to him.
This is a bad omen, man. Real bad. Remember Richter?
Ah, come on.
He was a stalker too. The guy freaked me out, man. The way he used to wail still gives me goosebumps.
Hey, Stalker. Need to sell some gear or grab something new? You can forget about doing it here on the island. No go. You'll have to head over to Quiet. It's not too far from here. But you didn't hear it from me, okay?
Stop by again later, okay? Stop by again later, okay?
I'm busy, Loner. Go find Dubny.
Dubny told me about you. Come on in.
How are they doing? Could be worse. I have to help my brothers. Can't you see that?
God, my head hurts every time I cough, dude. Ah, my leg fell asleep too. Oof, oof, What's going on in here? Let's run through it. Bread. Take the bread.
Is that you, Stalker? Careful. Do you know what this thing is?
A scanner. We better turn it off.
Agreed. Let's do it. It's off. Good. Now we can talk. And this is...
A scanner. If you activate it with no artifact present, this is what happens.
Is it safe now?
Yeah. Unless whoever is responsible for this comes back to finish you off. That's what happened to me.
What else do I need to know?
My attackers had a PDA like this one. Looks like some of your men are involved in this.
This is indeed a piece of monolith technology. And I'll help you solve this puzzle. But first, you need to understand one thing. Noon is not monolith. We've rejected our past. We do not use our old gear. We never attack our brothers, nor do we attack stalkers.
Okay, so what does Noon want?
A future. A former monolith thrall is unlikely to survive on its own. He can't just become a stalker and accept their way of life. I tried. Until I realized I just couldn't live the way everyone else in the zone does. And that's why I brought my brothers here and formed Noon. We have our own road to walk, Loner.
I understand. So what do we do now?
The force that used to control us guarded its tools jealously. There used to be a database that tracked every monolithian PDA out there. Hopefully we can take advantage of what's left of it. Talk to Professor Lodeshka. He'll know what to do. Report back to me once you're done. Right now, I need to help my men. I'll let my brothers know you're no longer a stranger on this island.
Let me get a look at you, Strider. You could have gotten hit while you were pulling everybody else out.
Make sure they're going to be all right first.
Talk to my daddy.
It won't affect the functionality of your devices.
That's beside the... If something like that happened to me, I'd want to have a proper burial, at least.
There's always something negative with you.
Then give me something positive for once. So you're the man everyone's talking about. Greetings, Stalker. I haven't seen your kind around here in a while.
Strider said there was a way to trace the source of commands being sent to a monolith PDA. He told me to talk to you.
The local fawn is not enough for you? So now you're off to chase ghosts, huh? No one's used those things for a very long time. Or... crap. Strider's got enough problems as it is. Sure, it can be done, but you'll need an inductor, and they're not easy to come by. There could be one lying around somewhere at the WPS, though.
The WPS? What's that?
The Waste Processing Station. That's where Noon is storing toxic waste until I can figure out how to dispose of it on a large scale. Then they'll use stuff no one else wants to become entirely self-sufficient. They might even sell electricity to other groups. If that's not a utopia, what is? Strider's got his mind on the future, you know? I wish I could live long enough to see what he sees.
I'll go get the inductor.
Once you... I don't...
What were you and Hor's arguing about? Need a hand?
Surprisingly, I've got something that's right up your alley. A Noontider named Kvashka went up on the roof and turned on the antenna for some reason. He was blasted by Psi radiation and turned into a zombie. They just left him there. You should get up there and shut the antenna down. And put the guy out of his misery. I can't bear to see him like that every day.
The zombie isn't bothering him.
The Noontiders don't seem too upset about the zombie.
They have a peculiar attitude about it. Maybe it's because they've all been reborn once already. But that thing on the roof... There's nothing of Kvashka left there. I hope my degrees are enough to convince you, at least.
Yeah, sure.
One zombie and a switch. And no one in Noontide is willing to do anything about it?
They can't go there. The Psi radiation is weak, but given their past, it's too much for them to handle. They could end up just like Kvashka. Strider sealed off the area and forbade them from going up there. Like that's gonna solve anything. I'd do it myself. I've shot zombies before. But what would the Noontiders think of me after that?
I'll see what I can do about it.
When I detected the spike in Psi radiation, Strider had the main entrance to the roof blocked. But there's an old ladder on the outer wall. There's only one switch. You can't miss it. And please, help Kvashka. It's wrong to leave him like that out of some foolish hope. Oh.
The explosion at the storage facility was caused by a scanner. Do you know anything about them?
I never heard of anything like that back at Malachite. And news about scientific breakthroughs rarely makes it to this neck of the woods. I wonder what kind of scientific wonder blew our facility to Kingdom Come. Unfortunately, all I can do now is run diagnostics. Field testing is out of the question.
About the job...
Turn. Oh. Maybe I'll see you around.
Parker. This is Horace. I see you're going up on the roof. Did the professor send you? Leave Kavashka alone. Please. If you want to help, just turn
the antenna off. We used to be kind of like zombies ourselves. What if he can be saved too? We'll find a way. Just give us time. You should never give up hope.
On the roof. Turn it on. How's it going?
The signal is too weak. It's not working. All right, get out of there.
No. I can't turn it up.
Run. You are in danger.
How is the seat?
It's not working. Get out of there. Now. Gavashka. Brother.
This better be important. Now I can get back to... This better be important. I told Strider we need to start... Now I can get back to work.
A stalker here. Professor, look, show me what... Look at it. That's another jump.
This better... Now I can...
I'm listening.
What can you tell me about Wild Eye?
Wild Eye, but this isn't goodbye.
What are you looking? Keep.
Last night. It looked so real. Half awake, I almost shot someone.
Talk to our boss.
Oh, it's you. What can I do for you?
It's done. The antenna is off. You can take Kavashka's body down.
Whores will never forgive me. But it was the right thing to do. It's better than clinging to empty hope. Here's your reward, Stalker. Oh, it's you. Maybe I'll see you around.
Turning into a zombie or worse by the time.
Okay, let's wrap it up.
Rip the area. It's close.
person was attacked, passed out. He's getting worse. Somebody, please help us. My coordinates are...
hiding in the outhouse with one of my brothers. Can't wake him up. Need help immediately. My coordinates are...
Anyone hear me? The station was attacked. Passed out. She's getting worse. Somebody, please help us. My coordinates are... Hello? Come in. Somebody, anybody, please. Our station is under attack. Hiding in the outhouse with one of my brothers. Can't wake him up. Need help immediately. My coordinates are... Anyone hear me? The station was attacked. Passed out. She's getting worse. Somebody, please help us. My coordinates are...
I'm gonna check on my 3D print. I'll be right back. Scooch it. Alright. Get on a roof. I just gotta find a fucking body up here somewhere. I don't know. I'm not smart enough to figure this shit out. Oh god, not my liquor. I need that. I didn't jump her. I'd pay you to not say it again.
Hiding in the outhouse with one of my brothers. Can't we come up? Need help immediately. My coordinates are...
Jumper, yeah, I'm trapped in the outhouse. Here, come get me if you can. Thanks. Stop breathing. What? Oh, I can't slide down this one, bummer. Yopta. Oh my god, bro. Please, bro. Please, bro. Yes. It's always there, I guess, before dawn. Just hold on, little buddy. He's fucking dead, y'all. Trying to look at this with a little bit of verticality. I had no clue what the fuck I was supposed to do. I think this building is like fake. There's no point in this building. Oh my god, bro.
Come in. Somebody, anybody, please.
No, no.
The station is under attack. Hiding in the outhouse with one of my brothers. Can't we come up? Need help immediately. My coordinates are...
You can tell me what an outhouse is in this military industrial building. Maybe it's that? Oh my god, you motherfucker. I'm gonna kill you myself making all that racket. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck. You! Shut the fuck up. Quit yelling at me. You've been yelling at me for 20 minutes.
No, stop.
I don't want to
Yeah,
hear it.
no more.
It came out of thin air, and everyone at the station lost their mind. They were screaming.
You were.
Shooting at each other.
You were doing
Only
the
two of
screaming.
us made
You
it
were
out of
doing
there.
the shooting.
That thing still got bluish.
In my ear.
Quiet.
Yeah, shut the fuck up.
Hush. Shut up.
You're fucking with his schizophrenia too.
I thought he'd get
Oh,
better if I
goddamn
dragged him away, but he's getting worse.
Yes.
Please,
You
kill
won't stop
whatever is
screaming.
hiding down there. I'm begging you. I'll give you the code to the stash.
What? I'll do it.
All right, I'll deal with it. I'll kill this creature, whatever it is.
For real? Thanks. That thing is hiding underground, waiting. There's a safe way to get down there, but only North has the key. He's our supervisor.
Capitan.
He must be upstairs. Sometimes he climbs to the roof to get some fresh air. Go find him.
What?
One more thing. There are a lot of our men inside. If it wasn't for the thing downstairs, they'd do you no harm. But they're out of their minds now, so take care.
Thing.
Remind me what you
find.
Basically. Alright. I know what it's like, bro. Alright, back. Meaning I'm gonna leave you now. And leave. Why'd he shoot the bread for, huh? What's wrong with that boy? Boy. Let's go. Turlet. What are y'all doing in here? You got a key for me or something?
Remind me what you
find the key to the basement.
Where is the key to the basement?
Remind me what you wanted me to do again.
Find the key to the basement, then go downstairs and kill the creature that's hiding down there. Please hurry. I'll give you a monolith stash as a reward.
I'm sorry. What? Alright, you're making too many sexy sounds. I gotta get out of here, dude. Oh god. Oh god. I don't know if I just trust jumping into that or not. I was thinking about it. Maybe that's how I get a nerve. Okay, but how do I get into that building? I have no fucking clue. Yo! What up? Oh, it's so stinky. Oh god. I don't think you could be healed enough. So I'll just be taking that. God damn. And I do mean good goddamn. Oh, hold on, I don't know where you at. Where? Did I jump over top of you? Door, man. Too many things. How the fuck can I light my load? Oops. Oh my god, bro. I mean, I don't have to crawl back up there, but it's a funny picture. Bro, he better quit struggling with this addiction to fucking energy drinks. What was this key I just grabbed? Drink just went up my nose. Oh. hell may I not weigh so much? Sure. Nope. Okay, I'm chill. Calculated. Beautiful. Better have a little sippy. Oh, right into the goop. Where's that ugly motherfucker at, dog? They're afraid of you, man. I don't know if that was a friend or an enemy. Okay. Answer that question. Oh my god, nice. Oh, I'm so in the red, bro. Holy shit, weighs so much. Bro, what has got me? Dog, I have to not be so bad right now. It's driving me insane. £5 of bread? What? Sorry, y'all. I was munching. I don't care. Shut the fuck up. Getting back up. I don't like that you're getting back up. What the fuck are you getting back up? Stop. You're a husky little boy, aren't you? Look, I'm so encumbered I can... You barely see my gun move when I walk. I gotta get rid of some of this. That's expensive. Hold on. Everything is like good that I have on me. Or maybe this. Maybe that's good too. Never mind. not been using number 19. Should be. I don't want to drop it. £10 of sausage to put in my body. Bro! What the fuck is this gay shit? It's my sausage, go away! Oh, you the other one. Got it. Please don't get up. No, don't do that. Oh, fucking nice. It's chill. You wanna come out? Yeah, shut up. I need to sell like that much. But they keep giving me stuff, dude. I'm never gonna make it out of here. Just because I'm over encumbered. I'm gonna keep taking it too. You mean? Bust this for a little bit. Sure, I have a lot of ammo. Yeah. 45 a big bullet. Window outside. Still ain't got no sway to Mars. I shot the dead guy, I wasn't even sure. I just did it. Fuck it. Come on, bro. I have 40 that's bananas. Oh, I'm sorry, what? Yeah, what are you doing? Stop all that. Mind if I... Oh no, schizophrenia's back. What the fuck is this? It's another Tuesday for me. Average schizophrenia limit. Let's go.
Must be the help Doomney promised. I'll go meet up with him.
Uh-oh. What? Is this schizophrenia thing? Are you a real person? Oh god. Yeah, that felt real to me. Okay. All that, even if it makes me walk slow as fuck. Well, shit. About to have to drop it now. It's fucked. Hold on. What? Alright. It's always been bumbles. It can be a pistol? Okay, that's crazy. Oh no, I accidentally got rid of my Mac that had the extended Mac. Oh well. Imagine it's just like one of these guns I dropped to the ground like, oh god, a million years ago. I didn't even think twice about it. HUD. 68. That's your best bet. It's about to get hectic, I can feel it. Just stop having so many fucking wieners, and this would, like, fix the problem, you jackass. Oh, jeez. More drugs. You know what I fucking love? A doctor sausage. What the fuck is in a doctor? I'm sorry, what is this? A fucking rocket? Give me a rocket launcher, dog. I'm gonna act stupid.
Spotted two non-fighters. Need to check on their condition.
I'm red. I can't move. This is as over encumbered as one can get. Whew. Alright. I'll figure it out. All these are really good ammos. Like, I can't dip on these ammos. So many bullets I just dropped. Oh my god. You know what? I'll go back to that AK and I'll use it. Take your fucking tail for the fat ass go. Sure, good enough. It's broken. One working AK, dog. Come on. On the rack. It's gotta be good. It was on the rack. Alright, fine. Did I hit the nothing? Back up the metal stairs. I'm doing it. I'm way down with sausages again. Pop a bunch of pills, you know what I'm saying? What would I got? Some meat about it. There goes beer. Give me beer. I'm hungry again. Maybe I'll eat some of these 20 weenies I have. Oh god, that would feel disgusting. My self-respect has gone out the window. I hate what I've become. Yo, what up, yo?
Oh, who are you? What are you doing here?
I'm Big Ronda. Big gun
Put your gun down. Who are you, and what's going on here?
Leave the loner alone. He killed the beast that drove my brothers insane.
Shut up! Did you really take out the controller all by yourself? Thanks, I guess. You saved me a lot of time. So here's the deal. I don't want any trouble with Dubny. He always pays me triple. And his orders were clear. Get rid of any witnesses along with anyone who was under the controller's influence. You can scurry back to your base, Nutider. But the Stalker and the Shell-Shock guy are out of luck.
We'll see who's out of luck here.
Exactly. Eat waste, you freak.
Stuck in the fucking door. Ah, now I can. Stop closing me out. I don't know who's an enemy right now. Where are you going? Then I had my fun. Oh my god, bro. That fuck. Please stop being over encumbered. I cannot do it. I just cannot. What do I get rid of? I used all the 45. It's gonna have to be. Put up all the. Not my 5.56 problem. Now what? Y'all just chilling?
So that's what Dubny calls help. And he's the one who thinks stalkers are assholes. If he'd only send 5 guys like you instead. Thanks again, man. We are not going back to noon. If I have to listen to Dubny ramble on about how he did the right thing and shit, I'm gonna barf. Lewis was right. We're better off leaving.
The stash you gave me was empty. Quiet had already looted it. When was the last time you checked it?
Oh, sorry about that, Stalker. We're not allowed in there. Here, I sent some coupons to your PDA instead. Anyway, Quiet's alright. He's done with Noontide. He's a traitor now. We should go join him. Lewis wanted to leave for a long time, and I kept talking him out of it. Like, how can we let our brothers down? What about Dubny? Or Strider? In the end, me and Bluish weren't the ones who let our brothers down. As for Dubny and Strider, they can go fuck themselves.
True.
Can you tell me anything about Noontide?
Sure thing, Loner. Not like it matters anymore.
You must have some kind of connection to Monolith. Tell me about it.
Oh, you don't know? Noon is Monolith. Or at least it used to be. We were controlled by the Wish Granter. We protected it from danger. Stalkers, bandits, scientists. We worshipped it. Like a god. None of us remember those days anymore. The other people in the zone, oh, they remember. They say we were brutal murderers. Fanatics. And then, the Monolith went silent. Only Faust remembers its voice. He says we used to be happy. Well, we could be happy now, without making others suffer. All it takes is to live like humans.
What does Noontide do?
I used to believe we were doing the right thing. Recycling waste, cleaning up the zone. But what good does it actually do? For us? None, that's for sure. And the waste just keeps piling up. We'd be better off hunting for artifacts like everyone else.
Tell me more about Dubny.
Actually, our leader is Strider. He's the one who is gathering us from all over the zone to bring us to Wild Island. Noontide is his creation. Dubny is Strider's right-hand man. He keeps Noon safe from the rest of the zone, from stalkers, from the mainland, even from ourselves. Except it's not working. I bet that he had the best of intentions when he sent those mercenaries after us too. You saw how it went.
That's all I wanted to know.
If you have any more questions, just ask.
Can you
Sure. Anything else?
Maybe I'll...
Maybe.
It'll be a long walk home. Not so long. But it is gonna be a hike because I'm over covered. I'm dropping off everything when I get back. I'm not using it, it's gone. Oh, my liquor. Not my liquor. How to energy drinks in real life. Oh no. Oh no. 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 My bro's hungry and I'm going the wrong way. It's the other door. Fuck out of my way, wet boy. God damn it. They said it was locked.
He's dead, they say. Destroyed. Lies, I tell you. They're all filthy, pathetic lies. You can't kill God, just like you can't get rid of the sky up above. You can go and hide from him and cower away in some musty hole in the ground, but that won't stop the wind from blowing or the rain from pouring. Crazy fanatics, they say. Murderers. Brave warriors, I tell you. His worthy children.
Stop brainwashing my men, Faust. You're only making it worse.
What could be worse than this? What have we become? Are you happy, Strider?
My boots are fine for the road I walk. There are more important things than happiness.
And what's that then? Backbreaking work? Hardship? That enduring sense of guilt. It didn't used to be like this. We were different. Part of something much greater. I was the Word, and you carried the banner of the monolith.
We brought death. Against our will.
Well, now we're dying ourselves. The fumes are killing us. As are the bullets of our vengeful enemies. How many brothers roam the zone to this day, lost and forgotten, forced to hide their past? We have to find them. We have to bring them to their safety.
By force? We all know about Wild Island. Everyone must make the choice for themselves.
And what will they find here? The meaning of life? Or a similar bunch of miserable wretches just like them who don't know what they want?
Strider saved us!
Yeah. And now he's killing us. Once we were his children. And what are we now?
Men of free will. Who choose their own way. You're living in the past, Faust. The monolith is dead. It's time to grow up.
You can't kill God. Just like you can't get rid of the sky up above.
Think again.
I am blind, but it is you who cannot see.
Go cower in your hole in the ground. Hide from the past. Hide from his light. Hide.
Walk out in the storm right now, I dare you.
Yourself.
What you looking at me for?
Skiff. Do you have the inductor?
I do.
You said Noon has rejected its monolithic past.
Losing our memory was a gift from fate. I believe that Noon has its own way, its own future. And we will earn it with the sweat of our brow. But Faust, he still remembers Monolith. Remembers the days when we used to be happy. Unfortunately, there are others who wish they could still remember it too. So now they're gone. They're no longer a part of Noon. But if any of them ever changes their mind, Wild Island will always welcome them back.
What did I just see?
The end of one very long argument. I just hope we never find out who was right.
Sure. I have it with me.
There's an old Azimuth comm station not far from here. One day, after we find and mothball all that's left of Monolith, we'll destroy it. In the meantime, Gorse?
It's a good thing you have that inductor, Stalker. It can direct a signal. You'll need it later, but the station needs to be turned on first.
Azimuth was taken over by the Ward a little while ago. They have the access keys. I guess you can figure out what to do about them.
Looks like Faust is involved in this mess. Are you gonna do something about it?
You think I haven't tried to stop him, Skiff? What am I supposed to do? Silence him? Lock him in his cell? People blame us because of our monolithian past.
Put him in a hole.
But Faust, he was one of the first people I brought here. We built Noon together. He cares for his brothers. He wants them to find happiness. Faust's got his own way of helping them. I might disagree with the path he has chosen, but that's no excuse to take away his freedom. Otherwise, what's the point of it all?
So I guess I'm going to Azimuth.
Wait a minute, Skiff. This isn't just your concern anymore. Faust is my brother. That much is true. I still trust him. But if it turns out that he's going to hurt someone, Noon is not your enemy. And this is my proof. Keep it, Loner.
It's a good gun. Why would you give it to a stalker but wear a shell casing that matches it around your neck?
The gun is a gift. For the future.
Hell yeah!
As for the shell casing, it signifies the past. Do we understand each other?
Roger, real
Noon
cool.
is not Monolith.
I like this gun
We
better
make our
than
own
the other
choices
DAK.
now. People have been leaving Noontide for as long as it has. Did you know that even Dubny ran away at first? He didn't like the ban on fighting and drinking. Don't worry about us. Noontide.
Why does everyone in Noontide call each other brother?
It's an old monolithian habit. Our past is unwilling to let us go.
Well,
But the word carries a different meaning now. It's become genuine. Nothing ever stays the same. And sometimes change is for the better. In the old days, there was no one in the zone we would call a friend, let alone a brother.
Alright, that's cool.
This isn't goodbye.
Nah, it never is. Is your trader gonna fuck with me, or is he gonna tell me to, like, type it?
Check 1, 2.
Who are you?
Oh, so you can hear me, huh? Good. You wanna make some money? For both of us, actually. Go talk to Quiet. Oh, that's me.
This better be.
Please sell me thing.
Now I can get back to work.
God, I hate you. There's no stash in here neither. This got me so irate. No trader in here. Baby. Ooh, baby. There's no stash here. I went to drop all my shit off. I've been suffering for a while.
I step out of the infirmary.
Hey,
and
Dr.
nothing's
Wiener.
the same anymore.
It's for the best. The
Over
brothers
here,
who ran
bro.
away, they didn't want to be here.
I guess.
Alright.
But it stings that even Stone didn't get
There's
back.
some fucking useless. Thing is, why don't they have like
Oh, my knees are killing me. Guess it's gonna
seriously,
rain.
but yes. It is there. Thank. Oh, thank heaven. It's on. Stop. This is insane. Just do it. I'm still doing it. Why am I R-word it? Oh my god. That's fine. I don't care. Oh shit, I had a 3D printer, I gotta check one. Perfect as usual. Come on. Come hang out. Stop being a weirdo.
I feel so empty. The monolith's voice is gone. My memories too. Sometimes
Finally, I can get some sleep. I'm fed up with these late night sermons.
Bro, that's where it came from. sort.
Down the gun, okay?
You're just fucking sitting here.
See you around. Hello. See you around.
Hey, Stalker. Have you heard? Faust had a fight with Strider and took half the people off the island. That dude sure knows how to talk folks through stuff. So, feel free to... If you happen to come back, feel free to stop by.
I've been thinking. The guys who went with Faust did the right thing.
I just hope that...
Hello.
Ourselves.
We might be sticking with quiet.
Jesus сказав, що loves me.
Love it. Beautiful. Oh my god, what? Y'all know there's a bunch of fucking pigs out here, dog? Hold on. Thank you. That's literally the worst bug I've seen since I started playing. I'm going the right way, right? I don't like to cross water unless I know for a fact. The fuck is looking at me? I'm in the middle of a field. And bombs, bro.
Hershevich, what's that noise? Are you done with diagnostics? What the hell? Is that gunfight over there? Hershevich, Nikitin, come in. Damn it! Requesting reinforcements! Hold on!
stopped?
Brothers, I need to reload.
Ow, what the fuck? What are you eating tuna for, bro? Hello? Do I not have band-aids? Oh no. It came off my hotkey. Just use it.
Brothers, I heard something.
I got bread. 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 I hit that B button. I don't know why it's not playing that shit. I gotta hold it. happens? I can't come out the hole, I got shot. From where? From where? I swear, dog. Who the fuck shot at me? Swear to God, it's over for your ass if I figure out where you are. Whoa. What? Why does it look like that? From where, bro? I can't see it. Okay, hold on. What's wrong with my rifle? I might restart on that. Ah! We'll be back. They hit me with a wheedly, wheedly, wheedly. I cut that shit off from 3 rooms away. Look at him. If you flexing while I'm flexing, I'd be disrespecting. It's too chill for me, man. said. Are you actually uploading? Start playing. Only 18% of people? I did not know you could just like wear gear until it was broken beyond repair. I thought like it would just cost an arm and a leg. Excuse me. What you sitting here honking at her for? Stop. Oh. What the cat doing? I thought you had food. No, no, no. Pinky. These are hot chips. Cats can't have hot chips. What the cat doing?
Инженер. Капитан.
Капитан.
Skiff. Now, get to the roof.
Those who are in eternal union with the monolith. You think I'm going to beg for mercy? It doesn't matter. You stalkers don't understand anything. The monolith opened my eyes. I'm not afraid. Not afraid to die for its glory.
Why are you doing all this?
You are not one of us. You'll never understand it. This isn't the way it's supposed to be. The monolith helped me to see that. Sure, a lot of people might die. But if I don't do this, everyone's going to die.
Are you the one who activated the scanner on Wild Island?
My brothers are poisoning themselves on that island. And to what end? I just couldn't watch it anymore. The immunity that kept us safe has been weakening ever since the monolith felt silent. They were dying in my arms.
Either way, you're done for.
I am ready. There's gotta be a backup storage panel on the antenna near you.
I did what you said. Return to Icarus. Get everything ready. It is time. Yes. Word of the monolith. So it was you all along. Oh, Faust.
Wasn't the only one. Someone else on Azimuth finished the ward off before I got there. Foma was with them. He tried to kill me, Strider. I need to get to Icarus, and the sooner the better. Faust had a reason to leave the island just now.
Skip, if you find him, try to find out what he's up to. He's my brother. In the end, all his sins are also mine.
I couldn't resist. I wonder if I can make it in the hole.
Дерево далеко. Дерево. Кто здесь живет?
What the fuck was that? A coral. Ow, 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 ow! Come on. Come on, stand out here. Okay. Am I inside? I'm just really wondering if you saw me. Alright. Not bad.
Find shelter, quick.
What do you mean? That boy needs some milk.
It's over. Is everything okay? We can go out now.
Okay. Are you a bush?
I'm just going for a stroll. Shooting mutants, collecting artifacts.
Stroll somewhere else unless you want to lose your mind. I'll catch a bullet from somebody who already has. Everyone stay put. I'm not reporting to a loner. Take any questions to my commanding officer.
Over encumbered yet again. Risky. You're entering Ward territory, Stalker. You have no business being here, you hear me? Turn around and get lost.
I've got a permit from Colonel Korshunov.
Are we hiring stalkers now, too? Whatever. As long as you can help. Come on in. The commander's in the main building. We've got an infirmary there now.
A soldier's happiness boils down to a few things. Good grub, for one. Then there's comfortable gear from his armor down to his skivvies. And enough ammo. And let me tell you, I've got all those bases covered.
Same.
Whatever's going on inside their heads, that's the commander's problem. I'm just here to make sure their helmets fit.
Get it, bro. What's got me weighing like this?
Come on in.
would not recommend doubling the dosage. These medications have a cumulative...
Captain,
do it.
Do it.
This is not the wisest course of action.
Expecting any help from you wasn't the wisest course of action. You've been here for 2 weeks and my men are only getting worse.
Sometimes we have to let the patient get a little worse in order to figure out what's wrong with him. I have the situation firmly in hand.
That's what worries me. Circa promised me the best expert in the field. Where is he? Who's going to tell me what happened to my men?
I am. But it'll take time. Have some patience, Captain. Your doctor has all the medications we need, and my devices are monitoring the situation. You'll be the first to know.
Unless I lose my marbles myself first.
What? When did this become house,
That's
dog?
it. I'm done waiting. You're dismissed, Doc.
Alright, I'm leaving too. Wow, look at you, Chatty Cathy. Time to
Stop.
talk to me?
How did you get in here?
One of your men is a rat.
One of my men?
I intercepted a message about a plot to sabotage Icarus. It was sent over an old frequency, a monolithian one.
If it's old, we can trace it. I bet it's Krivenko. He puts his shitty gadgets all over the place, thinking we'd never put 2 and 2 together. Alright, here's the plan. I'll send my soldiers for a walk around the camp, just in case. You get rid of the antennas. They'll jam any direction finder.
What's the purpose of these antennas?
On paper, to monitor the level of anomalous exposure. As for what they really do, if not for the papers from Dalin, I'd toss Krivenko into the nearest anomaly myself. Then he can measure the exposure on his own ass till the cows come home.
I want to talk to Krivenko first.
Go ahead, and don't forget to talk to our quartermaster afterwards. He could spin a whole platoon's worth of briefs out of the wool Krivenko's gonna pull over your eyes.
A stalker at Icarus. These are desperate times indeed. How are you feeling? Any headaches? Dizziness, perhaps? I wish I had the proper equipment to read your Psi signature. Given the circumstances, it never hurts to have a control sample.
The captain isn't happy about your antennas. He wants me to destroy them.
How barbaric. But I can see where the captain is coming from. He wants to look out for his man, even if it costs him his career. I've got to hand it to him. However, his sacrifice will be for North if we don't discover what's going on here, and who is responsible for it.
That's what I need you for.
Dated, but it checks out.
I've been informed about a traitor at Icarus. Can you track him down?
In theory. I need to get up-to-date readings from the scanning antennas before he does anything drastic. Let's collect the evidence before he destroys it.
I had to go through so much shit to get here. Hold on now. Form. Should I do it? Oh my god.
Deal. I'll get you data.
It's a pleasure working with you, Stalker. Here's a recording device. Tell me if you start feeling unwell. Remember, I'm here to help.
He's not here to help. He's gonna touch me inappropriately. No, this is Jerk Cave.
Let's set the record straight. I'm not thrilled to have you here. This isn't the version of Icarus a stalker should ever see. However, since the Colonel trusts you, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt and assume you've got brains. Here and now, you could be useful. We only have one rule here, and it's as clear as it gets. Orders are not up for debate. They're to be followed. Got it? Good. Then we'll get along just fine. Dismissed.
Bruh. Stealing your fucking drugs. Fuck you. Home sweet home.
Back to our conversation. You hear that Minecraft sound? Oh.
be honest. I need aspirin. Sticker cat. Drugas. Alright, this room can stand to be a little warmer. Just a little. I mean, bro, I'm gonna come if you keep making that noise. Shut the fuck up. I'm so recovered. I don't know. Tell me. I don't know what to say. What is this? Sounds sad. I'm looking for the Minecraft guy actually. Where'd he go?
Looking for something. Is he?
I want you to have ammo for the gun I like. Nobody ever cares
Come on
anymore for my gun. Right? How you living?
Well, looks like Krevenko's got himself a new assistant.
Why are you not helping
Those
him?
slackers from the Institute sure like to ride other people's coattails. Well, what do you want?
I want to know why you're talking shit. And why you're not even gonna trade, actually.
Sure, you can go.
Alright, Pally. I haven't seen a single woman in this game.
distract me from the transmission.
Well, I'll turn this fucking radio off. Don't play with me, bitch ass. How am I supposed to get up there? Better learn to climb. Oh, I can't see that. I'm colorblind. I only saw like the variation and like what would look like a ladder. Yeet. Tip top. Is somebody up here? Why am I getting a yellow?
Hey, this spot's mine. It's easier to breathe here. Just don't tell anybody, okay? I'm not telling anyone. And you don't tell anyone about this spot either. The air down below is kinda stuffy and dank. Because of the swamps, I guess.
Maybe.
Nobody's noticed I'm on my 7th watch in a row up here. Keep a low profile, okay? Alright. Now that that's over, and you don't tell anyone about this spot either.
Oh, fuck yeah. Wee. Oh. Okay. Alright. Alright. One more left. Pig. I heard it. Oops. Tarkov player in me. Oh, I dropped my mag. Oh, hold on. I gotta pick it up. Gotta get it. Scola. Bro, Duo said you made 0 mistakes, unlike in real life. I guess this is what I get for learning another language and then doing a 60-day streak. I'm a fucking fool, bro. I better give me my goddamn gems, dog. I ain't playing with y'all. He came back for... that's funny. He came back, did 1 lesson of, like, Iranian and fucking Duolingo and, like, didn't do it no more. It's okay. People don't always sit with their learning. Okay. God damn this fence. Let me in. Yota. He flings a fucking mag every time. It's so fucking dramatic. $32 energy drinks just to get in the building.
I got all 3 reports. Laugh if you want, Stalker, but it seems like you were right. Icarus may indeed be exposed to the influence from outside.
Have you found the traitor?
Not exactly, but I did find an interesting disturbance in the Psi field, here in the camp. So much for the much vaunted ward. I remember Senkevich puffing out his chest when he said his most trusted man, Shtarev, had checked everything and that the threats was clearly coming from outside the camp. Follow these coordinates. I'll have security let you in. If the thing beneath Icarus is what I think it is, I want you to leave it alone, but make sure you get a reading from it.
What? That's a lot of money.
Oh.
I hate this building. What are you in here doing? Stroking it? Okay, buddy. Oh, what? Hold on, bro. Hold on. Wait, I did kill myself just because I'm not sure if I'm supposed to be like... Was that supposed to be unarmed just then? Would he have like been like, put your weapon away? Okay, I don't know. I don't know. Bro, what in the fuck? Where did you come from? Are we not allowed to be friends right now? Knock me out, and I'm gonna come back and make sure. Cause you shoot me if I don't have a gun in my hand, then like, yeah, it's definitely on me, but... Every time I pull my weapon out, that's when that dude shows up. I wonder if that print's done. Meow. Almost. 4 minutes. It was only messing with me when I was armed. Where? This fence. Oh no, this fence. There's ammo down there, but I don't think it was like worth fucking with. Because my dude was like hallucinating and shit. I thought it was like killing these guys.
How did it go?
Not bad. I found a strange device.
Just as I thought. That, my friend, is a Psi beacon. Old monolith technology, with a few recent modifications.
How did the Psi beacon end up there?
How does anything end up anywhere? Someone put it there. If the signatures I have read with your assistance are to be believed, this one was put there by Lieutenant Shteref. The same Shteref who was supposed to check the underground area on Sienkiewicz's orders. Korshunov's gonna have a long talk with the captain, I'm sure.
Get to the point.
It's pretty simple. Lieutenant Shteref's Psi signature is nearly identical to those we have taken from the former Monolithians. Can you believe it?
Do you know where the lieutenant is?
I can take a guess. My colleagues at Echo Station are doing similar research, and they picked up an interesting signature recently. I didn't think much of it before. There are lots of people roaming the swamps after all. But now I know who it is. It's a good thing Circa expeditions are always accompanied by security detail. I believe Shteref will be detained soon. Still, you'd better hurry up.
Bleep blop bloop.
Ask my senior officer.
Look out, bro.
I'd rather die in combat than get ripped apart by a mutant. At least I get a proper funeral.
Soul motherfucker.
Looking for something specific? This ain't the... Come on in.
Budu bidu krakmo.
Goddamn swamps. Goddamn Sienkiewicz's. I've got to do something.
Stalker, don't trust anyone around here. They're not real. The real Captain Sienkiewicz is lying over there. He hasn't budged in 3 days. And they drowned Batalov in the swamp to make sure nobody could stop them from taking over. I saw it with my own eyes. Don't trust anyone around here. They're not real.
When I left for Icarus, I thought it'd be like a vacation. Small, remote garrison, what could go wrong?
an encounter with local fauna, or food poisoning at worst. Boy, was I wrong. There isn't a single empty bed left in the infirmary. We bring a new patient in every day.
Those
I
walls
can't
are fucking
remember
me
the
up,
last
man.
time I got a good night's sleep. Definitely before I got here. So for the time being, you seem to be the most mentally stable one here. But trust me, it won't last long.
Right. You need help, dog.
You seem a little jumpy. Need help? 3 of my patients have run away, and I'm afraid their meds won't help them anymore. Not as long as they stay in the zone, at least.
What do I need to do?
What do you want me to do? When you find them, shoot them in the legs. Then I'll send them back to the mainland on a medical discharge. They just might stand a chance out there.
Any idea where I should look for your runaways?
How the fuck should I know? If I did, I'd find them myself. All I have is their personal belongings. There, in the drawer. You can dig around in there and see if I missed anything. Maybe go ask the loners on the cargo ship if they saw anyone. They scurry around all over the place like rats. President, company excluded, of course. You're basically one of us now. By the way, thank you, Stalker. There aren't that many people here who actually care.
What drawer? What drawer, bro? Huh. Still empty. We gotta walk in front of us. Lucy, get off. Just like my dude in game. That's a good break point. for a while. EVDB. Bling, blong, blong. Yep. It's not that they hate women, it's that they're gay. That's what it is. Wait a second. About that first big patch. You guys want some weed?
So each year, the store Five Below. So each year,
I want
the
that.
store Five
Hold
Below,
on.
they wind up putting out a new handheld or video game system that has something to do with the NES in some form or fashion, right? And this year, this is what they put out. This little mini CRT looking TV with an NES controller, and there is like a little NES looking console in there. Looks like that. So this is the retro video game console. Play games anytime, anywhere. It has 200
Illegal.
games built in. 2.8-inch TFT screen. This was $10. Requires 3 AAA batteries that do not come included. They have some screenshots back there of the games.
Those
that are
games look
included, but
bad,
that's
bro.
not a good indication of what actually is included. And this time it says Vivitar. I'm not sure who that is, because other times I think it was like Tech Solutions or Mercury Innovations or something. So I don't know if it's a different company or they just.
Oh shit.
Hello and welcome to the part
Talk
where I
about
skipped
it.
the part at the beginning because I can't be bothered. Did you hear about the time the hotel hosted an architecture convention?
Don't do it.
They put up a bunch of ceiling fans. And speaking of ceiling fans, I don't know about you, but whenever I'm looking at a ceiling fan, this is all I can think of. And if an airplane propeller can push air backwards so hard that it generates enough thrust to make the airplane it's attached to fly, well then surely a ceiling fan is producing at least a bit of thrust, right? Maybe an airplane wasn't the best comparison. What about this? I mean, what is a helicopter but a big ceiling fan with a little cabin hanging off the bottom of it that you can go inside of? And somehow that ceiling fan is blowing enough air down at the ground to make the thing fly. And then it's got that little fan on the back too. Fun fact, the reason that's there is because a single rotor helicopter has a big spinny thing on top of it which is constantly producing a twisting torque.
He's
which,
off the goop this time, dog. Hold on.
Attached to anything else would spin the body of the helicopter around.
Yeah,
real
he's not
fast, and that
happy,
would make
dog.
it
Why
very
are you?
difficult to fly.
Why are
So
you
the
upset?
tail rotor is just a second sideways fan blowing in the opposite direction that the big rotor is trying to
didn't know
twist
that?
the cabin to keep the helicopter from spinning out of control, which makes it much easier to fly.
That's a house.
Dual rotor helicopters don't need that so long as the rotors are spinning in opposite directions to cancel each other's twisting torque out. But anyway, this video is about ceiling fans, and I wanted to find out how much thrust a typical ceiling fan produces.
Okay.
Because it's got to be more than zero. It's
Thanks.
the same thing as a helicopter
You're
motor
doing
or
the
an
math.
airplane
I
propeller,
appreciate it, yeah.
but hanging from a ceiling to keep you cool rather than power human flight. So I bought this cheap ceiling fan from Menards and set about finding a way to weigh it while it's in operation. And when I floated this idea to my friend Dan Spiffy Newman, who happens to be the world's premier source of ceiling
He
fan
said,
knowledge,
"What the fuck's wrong with
I
you?"
was immediately chastised for not having something better to run this test with. I brought this idea up to Dan because initially I was struggling to figure out a way to safely test this. I was envisioning using rope or chain and hanging the fan from some kind of scale, but I couldn't see how the fan wouldn't get wildly out of control without some sort of sturdier solution. And luckily, during a visit to my office where Dan delivered several fans for testing and more, we cobbled together various stuffs lying around the warehouse and assembled this completely safe and not at all sketchy test
What
rig,
the fuck?
complete with a crane scale, which can measure the weight with fairly high precision. The filing cabinets are just to get the fan a little higher off the ground. Now, when a ceiling fan is operating and blowing air downward, that should mean the fan itself gets at least a little lighter. Some scientist guy said something about every action causing an equal and opposite reaction, and, well, if it's pushing air down, then the air must be pushing the fan up. But does it? Well, the cheap Menards fan weighs, according to the scale, 11.5 pounds. That's a different number in kilograms. And once it's up to speed, the scale reads 11.2 pounds.
I like
So
how
it got
he
3/10
can't
of a
even be
pound
asked to
lighter,
like
136
tell
kilograms.
you how many kilograms. Like
So
fuck
fast.
British people.
Keen-eyed viewers may have noticed that the scale jumped up slightly once the fan started. The twisting force it was creating on the scale did skew the number a bit, and if we take that into account, well, things change a bit. When first switched on, the fan appeared to gain 0.14 pounds, and when I unplugged it and the twisting force from the motor was alleviated, the scale briefly read 11.02 pounds, so the fan appeared to lose 0.18. If we split the difference and add 0.16 pounds of thrust, then the fan actually got 0.46 pounds lighter, or 209 grams. But remember, this is a cheap fan from Menards, which is weak and cheap. This is an EnviroFan Gold line, and I've been assured that this is a good fan. It's certainly a lot heftier, coming in at some 20.32 pounds, which is a different number in kilograms. And how much does it weigh once it's up to speed? Well, we have the same torque issue happening, which appears to increase the weight, but once it's up to its rather terrifying top speed, the scale stabilized at
Terrifying top
19.45
speed.
pounds, almost an even pound of thrust. Upon power removal, the scale briefly read 19.22 pounds, so if I split the difference in noise between the added weight at startup and the added thrust at power down, the fan lost 1.035 pounds of weight, about 470 grams. And that's 4.6 newtons of thrust for those who prefer
How many
figures
kilograms?
expressed in fig cookie bars. But many ceiling fans are reversible. The general idea there is that if you have the fan running backwards, it's blowing up into the ceiling, which produces less of a noticeable draft, but still moves air around the room to reduce temperature gradients, particularly useful in the winter when the effect of warmer air rising can get heat stuck up against the ceiling where it's not helpful. Would a fan running in reverse get heavier then? Well, I reversed the Gold Line fan to find out, and the answer is yes. The fan went from an initial 21.07 pounds to 21.86 pounds. The different initial number has to do with the tearing weirdness of this particular scale. This time I didn't see any weird weight changes from torque, so I'll just go ahead and say that the fan got 0.79 pounds heavier when running at full speed in reverse. That's 358 grams. Oh, and speaking of heat recovery, here's another fan to test.
It took me a second.
This is an Emerson heat fan, a commercial fan designed for buildings with high ceilings to push the warm air collecting against the ceiling back down so people on the floor can feel all that warmth, and the heat doesn't have to run so much. This was a product of the energy crisis of the 70s, and someone at Emerson realized, hey, we make motors. Why not take one of our washing machine motor housings, stick some fan blades on there, and sell it as a heat recovery fan? And, well, that's what this is. And because it's got a big old motor powering the thing, it can move a lot of air. So, how much
gonna take
thrust does
flight.
it generate? Well, we had an initial reading of 24.24 pounds, and this time the torque generated by the motor didn't seem to matter. And by the time the fan had hit top speed, the lightest reading seen was 22.88 pounds. Except when the fan had come to a stop, the scale now read 23.85 pounds. I tried my best here to make sure the power supply cord wasn't pulling on the fan, but there was some wobbling around, so it's possible the cord did influence the scale by half a pound or so, but it's also possible that the scale was just being wonky. It has some internal logic which makes the reading a little weird. I would have loved to have tared it at 0 and then done the test, but it would just stay at 0 even once the fan was at full speed, so the only way to get any sort of reading was to do subtraction. Regardless, this fan either produced a similar 1 pound of thrust, or, if we're feeling generous, it produced 1.36 pounds of thrust. But speaking of heat fans, here's a very weird home ceiling fan from the 80s with a built-in electric heater. I will probably make a video about this fan specifically one day. It's an interesting concept, but runs up against some rather fundamental problems and was also executed strangely. But for now, I just wanted to see how much thrust it produces. I didn't have a great way to hang this guy. Its mounting hardware didn't quite work with a standard hook, at least not easily, so I just hung it from some rope, which worked, but Dan, look away for a moment. This sucker's heavy, coming in at 32.62 pounds, which is a different number in kilograms.
Stop.
And once that disaster was over, the scale stabilized at 31.91
That's
pounds.
like the
I even
whole
checked
back
the
of my head.
wiring this time to make
Okay.
sure it wasn't taut. The
Taut.
scale read the same 32.62 pounds once it had come to a stop, so this fan apparently generates about 7/10 of a pound of thrust, which is 322 grams of weight reduction or 3.16 Fig Newtons of force. So there we have it. Ceiling fans apparently produce somewhere between half a pound and a full pound of thrust, depending on how good of a fan.
How many
it is.
fans do we need to take
Surely
flight?
some fans produce more and some produce less. Those big, high-velocity, low-speed fans, which are starting to spread all over the place, undoubtedly generate more thrust than these, and I'm sure there are crappier fans than this one out there, which produce even less. But to be honest, the reason I was curious about this is because I've always been a little concerned with the forces that a typical ceiling fan produces on the electrical box it's mounted to, and I wanted to have a better understanding of those forces. Clearly, these tests show that the reduction or addition of weight caused by thrust generated by the fan is pretty insignificant. The torque the fan produces on the box as the motor spins is undoubtedly much more noteworthy, especially when we consider the jerk force at startup.
The what?
But I am glad to know that there is actually a measurable decrease in weight when you run a ceiling fan on high, at least forward. Was there really any reason to know that? No, but now we do, and at least I got a video out of it.
Good.
And I don't want to hear anything about the effort involved here. I did zero research other than double check what HVLS stood for and relied on Dan for all of the fantastic fan facts which were peppered in here and there, and also for 3 of the fans. And thanks to Dan the Fan Man,
Keep doing what you enjoy, man. If you're fucking talking about fans or you're talking about a freeze dryer, it's like I don't know anything about a freeze
So
dryer.
I bought a freeze dryer.
I don't know what the fuck is
It's
this.
quite sublime, and in this
Yeah,
video,
let me get
I
that.
intend to
Oh my
tell
god,
you
he's
all
doing
about
gummy
the
bear.
process of freeze drying. Then, of course, I'll show you the parts of
Yeah,
this
let me
machine
get that.
and explain how they work together
Hello?
to turn ordinary ice cream into astronaut
I
ice
can't
cream.
have that,
And
but
it's not just a dry subject; it's cool too, and it will leave you gasping for air.
you're a
But
cornball
first,
dog.
a friendly word of warning.
What?
Unless you want to absolutely wreck your YouTube recommendations, do not, under any circumstances, Click on any recommended videos you may see next to this one about freeze drying or freeze dryers. You will open quite the rabbit hole, which, unless you're big into the prepper community, you might regret. And on that note, it makes me retch a little bit whenever I say it out loud, but I do know that I am an
incel?
An
A what?
I hate it so much.
Say it.
An influencer.
Okay.
But I'm really
Go get
not
on
about
TikTok.
people wasting their money, so I'm going to come right out of the gate and say you should almost certainly not buy one of these. And to be clear, not because it's a bad product. This is not. I have relatively few complaints about this thing. It works reasonably well, and honestly, I think it's actually pretty remarkable that it's a product you can buy and have in your home. But it's just way too expensive to be a rational purchase, and if I didn't have this job where I get to tinker with cool stuff and make videos about it, I know with certainty that I would absolutely regret spending the money I spent on this machine. I won't bury the
What's the
lead.
first
This is
thing you
nearly
freeze drying?
$3,000,
Mine would be probably
which is
like
way too
banana.
expensive for what I think is mostly a toy. And if you're earnestly looking to store large amounts of food for long-term safekeeping, I think you'll find much wiser and much less irritating ways to spend your money and time. But we'll get to that later. First, what is freeze drying? Also known as lyophilization or cryodesiccation.
Whoa.
It's a process of removing
Go on.
moisture from, well, technically anything, but most normally food. And we do it not just because it does funny things to food, though that's certainly one of the reasons, but also because it prevents spoilage for incredibly long periods of time. Food spoilage typically happens thanks to one of two things. Oxidation of fats and oils can turn some foods rancid, and since there's oxygen in our atmosphere, that tends to happen with time. But more pertinent to freeze drying, just as you and I gotta eat, the world's microorganisms like bacteria and mold do too. And they'll happily chow down on the same foods we eat, decomposing them in the process and, in many cases, leaving that food unsafe for us to eat. Those microorganisms, though, don't just need food to stay alive, they also need water. So, if you can remove enough moisture from a food product, you'll end up with food that's simply too dry for those microorganisms to exist on. And so, it doesn't spoil. Now, there are plenty of ways to make that happen. You've probably seen food dehydrators, which turn fresh fruit and vegetables into dried fruit and vegetables. And once dried, that food is much more resistant to spoilage from microbial growth. But that process uses heat, and adding sufficient heat energy to dehydrate foods in our atmosphere ends up changing the molecular structure of some food components, which alters not only the nutritional value, but also the taste. Now, there are plenty of food preservation techniques out there. There's canning, there's home canning, though personally I find calling that canning to be somewhat jarring. There's curing, there's pickling, there's fermenting, there's freezing, and a lot of other stuff which we don't have time for. But most of those techniques end up doing something which messes with the flavor, structure, and nutritional content of the food. In many cases, it does pretty cool stuff. A lot of preservation techniques impart unique flavor profiles that we actually like, and there are endless cultural traditions out there which stand the test of time on flavor alone. But if you're looking to preserve food without actually affecting its flavor or nutritional content, well, your options are limited.
Yes.
That is, of course, unless you do a little cryodesiccation. You know about dry ice, right?
Yeah,
Dry ice is the solid
eat it.
form of carbon dioxide, and it has a peculiar quirk. It doesn't melt into liquid.
What's it melt
Instead, it
into?
sublimates directly from the solid form into the gaseous form.
Nice.
That's why we call it dry ice. It's ice, though extremely cold ice, which can't get anything wet because it doesn't melt. It just shrinks. Now, usually, you can't get water to do that. Water is wet. Or does it make things wet? Are we settled on that? Anyway, frozen water doesn't sublimate into water vapor. It melts into liquid water. Don't take my word for it. Just watch this ice cube. See? It's melting. Except, this isn't always the case. Wet ice, ordinary frozen water, will actually sublimate in certain conditions. If the ambient temperature surrounding some massive ice remains below the freezing point of water, ice will slowly sublimate and transition directly to the vapor's form. This is probably not a perfectly scientifically correct way to explain it, but it's similar to how liquid water will evaporate slowly and disappear even at cool room temperatures. Solid water actually does the same thing, and you've seen the effects of this yourself. Freezer burn, where food stored in the freezer for a long time develops dry spots, is the result of sublimation. The moisture in that cut of meat or whatever just sublimated away. And if you've got a bin of ice in your freezer and noticed that over time the ice cubes seem to shrink, that's also sublimation in action. You've probably noticed, though, that the process is very slow. It can be sped up, which if you live in cold parts of the world like I do and you drive a car, you might have actually noticed. Drive at high speed on a very cold day, and over time little bits of ice stuck to the windshield end up just shrinking until they disappear. And that's sublimation happening, helped along by the huge volume of air which keeps flying past that ice as you drive. But there's a way to make it happen even faster than that. Expose ice to a vacuum. Which brings us back to the freeze dryer. This thing may look like a cross between a tiny washing machine and a piece of lab equipment, but it's not just looks. The huge rubber ring on the front of this machine engages with the plexiglass door to form an airtight seal. And that door is very thick. In fact, it's so thick that it is strong enough to withstand the roughly 1,500 pounds, or 680 kilograms of force the atmosphere is going to exert on it when this here vacuum pump sucks all the air out of that chamber. Because all this thing is a vacuum chamber. But it's also a freezer. If we look inside, we'll find that a compressor and fan-forced condenser live in the bottom of the machine, and this arrangement of parts is a very typical setup for small self-contained refrigeration units you might find in a commercial kitchen. But the evaporator, the part of a refrigeration circuit that gets cold, is integrated into the walls of the vacuum chamber. Now, that could be seen as just a practical way to make a freezer. If we ignore the whole "it's also a vacuum chamber" part, this might as well be a weird take on a chest freezer. It's just on its side and a cylinder rather than a box. But specifically for freeze drying, it has a practical purpose too, which I'll explain later on. The basic process this machine uses to freeze dry things begins simply by freezing whatever you want to freeze dry. When you start a cycle using its touchscreen interface, it turns on the condensing unit and begins cooling the chamber. The actual stuff you intend to freeze dry has to be placed on these trays, which are sized just right to fit within the rack structure sitting in the middle of the chamber. That rack structure is more than meets the eye, but hold that thought for now. You can choose to let the machine itself freeze the items on the tray, though that takes it quite a while. In my experience, something like 6 hours. So it's generally better to pre-freeze everything in an ordinary freezer first. That speeds up the freeze-drying process. It still takes a lot of time to freeze everything, and it's kind of awkward to fit these in some freezers, but generally it's better to do that. The machine has a temperature sensor attached to that rack structure so it can determine the temperature in the chamber and, to some extent, the contents in the trays.
I fuck with this dude.
Made of thermally
I love this dude's videos. He really, oh my god, this is an hour long. I cannot watch an hour long. I'll come back for this, but whew, an hour long video where it's just chatting it up about fucking like freeze dry, dude. This is so smart.
No Effort November.
Alright, tell me about the light bulb.
Gonna be lots of flickering lights throughout this video.
God, I want to die.
This,
whoa,
if not the weirdest light
That's
bulb
fucking
ever
lit.
made, is certainly the wildest light bulb ever made.
Look
It's
at that.
called the Ballifier, and just
The
in case a
Ballifier.
quick glance at the box isn't clear enough, it's a product of the late 1960s and early 70s. This novelty light bulb was produced by Kipco Incorporated, the company founded by Bob
Light bulb,
Kip.
good.
He was dedicated to the preservation of carbon filament light bulbs, and in 1950 founded his company right here in the Chicago area, as it happens, which manufactured reproductions of various antique light bulb designs. But in 1964,
crazy looking.
he had an idea. And it wasn't this, it was this. This bulb, called the gas glow, was an attempt to produce a realistic flame effect for old-looking but still electric light fixtures. I've long had a soft spot for this sort of thing. You may recall I covered neon flicker flame lamps in the past. They're not really useful for any amount of illumination, and the flame effect is not terribly realistic. It's still a neat idea. These days, since LEDs and microcontrollers are so stinking cheap, these new light bulbs are gaining in popularity, which are, well, they're something. I don't love them. These aren't warm white diodes, they're amber, so they create terribly unpleasant lighting. Plus, you can usually notice a pattern in their behavior pretty quickly,
amber
so
light.
I think there's lots of room for improvement.
Or yellow
I probably
light.
have unrealistically high standards, though, since growing up and visiting the Disney parks, I was entranced by how they managed to make antique lanterns look like there was actually a flame in there. I even tracked down a product called SimFlame, which is a thing, if not the thing, which makes that particular magic happen. This is a plug-in version of the SimFlame. And really, all it is a fancy dimmer switch which randomly and subtly changes the brightness of an incandescent light bulb. Incandescent filaments offer a natural shift in color temperature as they dim down, so if you simply frost the glass of a light fixture so you can't see the actual light bulb, it's a very convincing effect. Jerry's Electronics is still around and you can still order these if you like. In fact, they've been updated to support LED light bulbs, and I put a link at the doobly-doo. Though, as I later discovered when I started getting into actual hurricane lanterns, this effect isn't actually representative of the sort of light output a burning oil lamp creates. This, though, it actually is. The flicker of an oil lamp is quite subtle and, well, this light bulb has a very subtle flicker. It also produces about as much light with the same character that a real oil lamp does. And how is it doing that? Well, through the magic of buying two of them, I have this clear version of the same bulb which lets us look inside. Before I switch it on, and this is going to be very hard to see, but hopefully you can, you'll notice the filament is very long and is sticking up into the point of the vaguely flame-shaped glass bulb, and it's free to move around a little bit. What I'm sure you have noticed is the weird black chunk of something on a stick positioned right in the middle of the filament. That is a magnet, just a simple magnet. Now, you may know that when current flows through a wire, it generates a magnetic field, and the filament in this light bulb is a wire which will have current flowing through it. So once we switch it on, the filament will create a magnetic field which will interact with the magnet and create an attractive or a repulsive force which moves the filament relative to the magnet. But because the electricity that powers stuff in your home is alternating current, where the direction of current flow is constantly reversing 50 or 60 times per second, the direction the filament will move will constantly reverse. And that produces this effect. The filament is essentially vibrating thanks to the magnet and alternating current. The shape of the bulb restricts the filament's movement to just a small back and forth motion. You can actually hear the filament hitting the glass if you listen real close. And while the effect is pretty tiny, it's significant. The source of the light is physically moving, and so even though the filament is not changing in brightness, the amount of light which leaves the bulb in any given direction is always just a little different. Even staring directly at this clear bulb, it does kind of look like there's an actual flame in there. And the frosted bulb makes the effect, well, I won't say more convincing, but it changes the character of the effect in a useful and pleasing way, depending on what sort of light fixture you're sticking it in. But then, in 1968, Bob decided to let things loosen up a bit. The Ballifier bulb is basically the same thing as the gas glow bulbs. It even has the same roughly flame-shaped filament. But the matching flame shape of the glass envelope was swapped for a simple spherical globe. While the gas glow bulb physically prevents the filament from moving very far, the globe of the Ballifier is large enough that the filament can never touch it, And the result is that. An absolutely wild light bulb where the filament is just flying all over the place. It really does look quite a lot like a small fire inside of that light bulb, and they came in several different colors. This really is a mesmerizing effect, and you could really lose quite a lot of time just staring at one of these, especially if under the influence of the sort of substances that the box design might remind you of. I have this, of course, just in a standard lamp socket, but these were often displayed in fixtures designed specifically to display them. They might take the form of a mirrored box to let you see the lamp from all sides, and some pretty groovy acrylic cuboids were out there which fit a globe lamp just perfectly and served as a sort of shrine? I don't know, I'm not old enough to have been there. And speaking of mirrored, you might have noticed that the glass is somewhat mirrored. While I can't say for sure, I have a hunch that this was done in part to hide the fact that what's inside this is literally the exact same thing as the gas glow bulb.
Yeah.
If you could see clearly into the bulb, it would look identical. Then again, it also just looks pretty cool and a lot more interesting when it's shut off than a simple red light bulb. So maybe I'm just being too cynical there. You tell me. The box claims these light bulbs had a life of 500 hours, which seems quite pessimistic for a lamp which is burning the filament at such a dull brightness. Until you remember that the tiny, fragile filament is flying around every which way with gusto. Ever heard of metal fatigue? This is both really cool to watch and really painful. That is not good for the health of the filament. Though, for what it's worth, the patent mentions that an aged filament, one which has already been subjected to higher than normal voltage and thus had a burn-in period, is preferred. I'm sure that helped keep these things from burning out too early. Then again, I found some forum posts about these where someone claimed they had used theirs for many thousands of hours. Certainly, if the filament is being driven as gently as it is in the gas glow bulb, that's not outside the realm of possibility. That's quite dim, and evaporation of tungsten is going to be very, very slow. But it relies on getting very lucky as far as how sturdy the filament was in your particular bulb. These don't burn out in the traditional sense, where a weak spot forms after hundreds of hours of pushing tungsten almost to its melting point. Instead, the filament just mechanically fails at some point. And, well, that's really all I've got for you today. Just a couple of weird old light bulbs. Bob Kipp passed away in 2011, but shortly before he died, KipGo started up a new run of these using standard A19-shaped light bulbs. I'm assuming there was a logistical or technical reason for that. The mirrored red sphere looks so much cooler than just a normal light bulb, and I would think they would have wanted to do that again if they could have, but it was still nice that it was revived. Now, these are collector's items and are worth around $100 each.
Whoa!
I believe KipGo is now defunct. I only found a web presence via the Wayback Machine, but I was genuinely delighted to learn that there actually was a Disney Parks connection this whole time. Apparently, KipGo was who was making the antique carbon filament bulbs in use in the theme parks and certain attractions.
Neat.
Though I'd be remiss if I didn't mention my channel icon. That is a photograph of a Ferrowatt bulb, one of the newer companies who got into the reproduction Edison bulb trend long before it exploded into what it is now. Or maybe what it was a decade ago. I don't remember when it peaked. Anyway, it looks like they too are now defunct, which is kind of sad. They had some of the best reproductions, including a glass
I was
tip.
wondering, like,
For what it's worth, though, most of those so-called carbon filament reproductions were, and still are, as far as I know, just tungsten filaments being run
fuck,
very
dude, I'm
gently.
freezing.
And that means they tend to last a lot longer than they seem like they should. It's like being permanently on a dimmer switch set quite low. However, they are horribly inefficient and produce an extremely warm light. And so while they are nice in a few decorative spots, they are not great at all for general illumination.
This dude's actually been making videos. He stopped for a while. Freeze dryers, yeah. 1 month. I'll probably hang around and watch one more video and then try to rest up because I gotta get up early in the morning. I'm gonna like file a maintenance request and try and get this pilot ignition switch replaced. So, alright, yeah. Hit the bathroom real quick. Sorry, I had to excuse myself. Pet this cat.
Welcome to No Effort November, a series of videos for the month of November where
What's an air fryer?
no effort is made. Now, today we are going to be talking about air fryers. The time factor didn't stop. Today we're going to be talking about air fryers. I doubt you've heard of them. They seem really new to the market, but it's a hot topic. And here's a little secret. Air fryer is a meaningless term, and none of these devices are doing anything new at all. You know what this thing is? It's a convection oven with a basket. That's it. No, really, that's it. There's nuance to pick apart there, which I will because that's my job. But if you happen to have a convection oven, you already have an air fryer. Kind of. In fact, many appliance manufacturers have started taking their existing convection oven models and slapping an air fryer sticker on them, so you'll be more likely to buy them. But really, all they did was make the convect button say air fry and call that a new product. Cynicism levels are a little elevated today, I'm afraid. So firstly, what is a convection oven? Well, it's an oven with a fan inside. As you already know, an oven is simply a box with electric heating elements, or a gas burner, inside of it. Those heat-producing devices heat the air inside the box to your desired temperature, after which you oven the cold food to bake it. The hot air surrounding the cold food warms it up, and eventually you can, of out hot, eat the food. But during the baking
Why is he
process,
talking
the
like that?
cold food absorbs heat energy from the hot air surrounding it, which cools that air down. That cooler air next to the food forms something of an insulating layer, which slows the baking process. Stick a fan at the back of the oven, though, and you can force the air inside the box to move around, just like when you stick a fan in a room and it moves the air around. This prevents that cold layer of air from staying next to the food, since, well, the fan is constantly pushing it somewhere else and replacing it with hot air.
I miss my
This
deep
speeds
fryer
the cooking
too, dude.
process up a fair bit, and tends to increase the
Which I
crispiness
thought
of
was the
whatever it
same
is
thing
you are
as an
baking
air
in there.
fryer, but greasy.
Back when I was a kid, convection ovens were, ooh, fancy, but now it's a pretty close to standard feature. All but very entry-level models offer a convection fan these days. This here air fryer, well, it's more or less the same exact thing. Take the basket out and look up in there, and you'll find a heating element and a fan. I'd bet good money that heating element is the same part in a stovetop somewhere. Walmart's got to cut the cost of these somehow. This simple one, it has just two control knobs. One for the temperature, which maxes out at 400 degrees and calls out 360 degrees
I
for
winced
some
when he
reason,
said that about Walmart.
and one for the time. That time knob is the same mechanical clockwork timer you find in practically any toaster oven, and it functions as the power switch too. When switched on, the fan motor is energized, which spins it up and blows air down through the heating element. And of course, the heating element, 1100 watts in this case, is also energized, so it starts getting real hot. That means the machine is forcing hot air down at the food in the basket, and the basket is designed with a false floor filled with holes, allowing air to flow beneath the food and heat everything quite evenly. The temperature dial controls a thermostat, which will cycle the heating element on and off to maintain a desired air temperature, but the fan will remain running the whole time. And that fan doesn't just blow air down through the heating element and at the food in the basket, but it also blows air out the back of the machine through this exhaust port. The gap around the top forms an air intake, and that keeps the fan motor, control wiring, and plastic body of this thing from overheating and or melting. Now, while this really is just a few common toaster oven / stovetop parts rearranged to make a new product, much like how Taco Bell comes up with new menu items, there are some advantages to this. Because it's so small, the device preheats extremely quickly. In lots of cases, you don't even need to bother with preheating at all. And the fan is quite forceful, making for one real intense storm of heat in there. But as far as what this actually is, it's just a modified convection oven for use on the countertop. It's not a new cooking process, and it's not really frying anything. It's just a small, high-speed convection oven. Oh, but remember how I said air fryer is a meaningless term which doesn't mean anything because it's meaningless?
That's
Yeah,
what
so
you
this
had
is
to
also
say.
an air fryer. Look, it says air fry. Now, those of you who know what a toaster oven looks like might be thinking this looks an awful lot like a toaster oven, and yep, it is. But it's got a great big fan at the top of the oven, and it came with this here basket, which you can put foods into air fry, just like these doodads do. And you also get a regular oven when you need it. Except, this is bad at that, but we'll circle back to that point. This toaster oven, unsurprisingly, is full of toaster oven parts, including the same clockwork timer switch and temperature dial, but there's also a function dial and a few
That's
more
what it looks
heating
like.
elements in play.
It looks like the
This
same
uses
from just a little bit
rod-style heating
thicker.
elements, and there are 6 in total, 2 on the bottom and 4 on the top. Part of the function dial's job is to change which heating elements are in use. In bake mode, the 2 on the bottom join 2 on the top, so the oven heats like a normal oven. But in air fry mode, the lower elements are switched off and instead all 4 at the top are used, with the fan blowing air down through them at the food, just like in the standard air fryer. But that's not the only way to do it. Oh look, it's another toaster oven, which claims to offer air frying. But this time, the fan is in the side of the machine, and the air fry feature is turned on by setting the thermostat to the highest temperature and clicking past a detent to the air fry setting. That means this oven only offers air frying at 450 degrees Fahrenheit, and since the fan is really kind of weak and it doesn't actually blow that forcefully on anything, it's not a great air fryer, but it's a much better oven. Again, we'll circle back to that, but I do want to point out that this product is almost certainly just a small countertop convection oven. I've seen similar things long before air frying was a fad, which has had the controls altered a bit and the convection mode labeled air fry. What a concept! Oh look, it's another air fryer. This one is green.
What the fuck?
Now, okay, this one belongs to my parents, and I decided to throw it in this video for a head-to-head test with my cheapskate Walmart air fryer and the toaster ovens and my convection oven. That's right.
This guy's a menace. He's just going around stealing everybody's fucking convection oven.
Appliances are. Jump cut. Guess what, folks? It finally happened. I did a memory card reformat before I offloaded the footage, so you're not gonna get any B-roll of all the tests I'm about to talk about. I don't think you're missing too much. It was mainly just static shots of cooking happening and then a close-up of the finished fries, but it did show my methodology, which now you're just gonna have to take my word for. But I could not have asked for a more perfect accident to start out 2024's No Effort November. Jump cut. I weighed out about 150 grams of the same frozen fries for each of the tests, and I tried to form them into a similar lump in each device to make as close to a head-to-head comparison as I could with minimal effort. For the 2 air fryers, which aren't trying to do anything other than air fry, I set them both to 400 degrees, the maximum temp of the cheap one, and, without preheating, had them air fry the fries for 20 minutes. The fries came out identically between these 2 machines, and they came out essentially perfectly. They were the exact kind of crispy that I like. They hadn't lost all their moisture and burnt, but they weren't anywhere close to soggy. And turning frozen fries to done fries in 20 minutes is actually quite impressive, especially considering I did not bother to preheat either of these air fryers. Next, I tested my convection oven. Most of the ovens on sale that claim to air fry come with a basket and tray like this. So I bought a basket and tray like this to turn my convection oven into an air fryer. Now, this is a full-sized convection oven, and it's going to take a while to preheat. So for this test, I let it preheat to 400 degrees, which took about 12 minutes before I put the fries.
There's like a pan you can get to turn your oven into a convection oven.
Then I put them in for 20 minutes, and guess what? They were not done. They were quite soggy. So I stuck them back in for another 10 minutes, and guess what? They were still not quite there. But considering that I had now spent some 42 minutes making these fries, it's clear that my convection oven is not a good air fryer. On that note, this oven, for reasons I do not understand, will not run the convection fan continuously when it's in convection mode. It turns it on and off, and only runs the fan about half the time, which is very annoying and I'm sure is slowing it down. So while my oven is not a good air fryer, yours might be just fine. So if you don't already have an air fryer, but you do have a convection oven and you don't want to dedicate counter space to yet another small kitchen appliance, well, you might consider ordering one of these air fryer baskets. However, if you do have the space for another small kitchen appliance, well, there are plenty of reasons to just get one of these, which I will go over. But first, what about the toaster ovens? Well, for these, I went back to air frying without preheating. They're claiming to be something special, so I treated them specially. The Hamilton Beach machine allows you to set any temperature, so I did the same 400 degrees, and I put in the fries with the oven cold, then ran it for 20 minutes. And those fries came out almost exactly like the other two air fryers. They were not quite as crispy, but they were quite satisfactory, and another 2, maybe 3
Damn, man,
minutes
quit
would
talking
have
about French
produced
fries. I
identical
want some now.
results. So this thing is actually a good air fryer. The Black & Decker model got the same treatment, but its temperature control couldn't be set to anything other than 450 degrees. Also, it uses the same heating element arrangement for baking as it does for air frying. So about half of the heat is coming from below the food rather than all of it being blown down from above. That's not super critical since there's a fan, and I had a drip tray below the basket which was shielding the fries from the heat. But anyway, after 20 minutes, the fries were not quite done. They were acceptable, but not as crispy as I would have liked, which shows that this is not that great of an air fryer, especially since
What are you doing, old cat?
it was 450
Just wanna
degrees
sit on
in
the
there
counter?
rather than 400. Despite that, it would have needed another 5 minutes at least to get the fries where I want them. But now comes the wrinkle here. The Hamilton Beach machine, while it does do a good job air frying, sucks at being a normal oven. I love toaster ovens, and I have had one on my countertop essentially forever because I much prefer using them when I need to bake a small quantity of food. They preheat faster than a full-size oven, and they don't make the kitchen nearly as hot, which is especially nice in the summer months. Though, I think they suck for making toast and question anyone who thinks toast out of a toaster oven is better than toast out of a toaster. Toaster ovens dry out the bread much, much more than a toaster does. So even if I didn't have the best toaster ever, I'd still want a toaster. I mean, even the $10 plastic Walmart toasters of the world make nicer toast to my taste than any toaster
I
oven
think
I've
it was
ever
like a
encountered.
little puff of like.
Anyway, that wasn't the
steamer.
point. The point was, this guy is a bad oven. And the reason is that it does not turn off the air fry fan when in bake mode. The fan is a 2-speed fan, and it slows down in bake mode, but it doesn't turn off. And that means there is no functional difference between the bake mode and the convection bake mode. Now, why does it do that? I wasn't in the room where it happened, so I can't say for sure, but just like the standard air fryers, that fan also serves to cool the fan motor and wiring since it's directly above a box which can have 450 degree air inside. I believe that fan has to run whenever the machine is on. This means you cannot use this device as a regular oven without making significant adjustments. When I first used it, I burnt the Brussels sprouts I was roasting to a crisp, despite following the same procedure I have always done for Brussels sprouts. And it's not the thermostat. I used an oven thermometer to verify, and the temperature dial is close to spot on. It's the fan. This thing is always quite a forceful convection oven, and I found myself constantly lowering the temperature by at least 50 degrees to get similar results to what I was used to. I eventually got tired of this, and that's why I ended up buying the Black & Decker machine. This guy is not great at being an air fryer, but you can use it like any ordinary oven without...
God damn.
And
He's just
its
got all these
pseudo
appliances
air
sitting
fryer
around in
mode
his kitchen.
does come in handy for some things, including roasting Brussels sprouts. But I think of this as a conventional oven with a single convection setting and not an air fryer. These two machines have revealed to me that combining the functions of a toaster oven and an air fryer presents an insurmountable design compromise and has turned me against suggesting one of these over a regular air fryer. And that's before we even get into the ergonomic benefits of an air fryer.
Ergonomic
The
benefits of an
basket
air
with
fryer.
a handle, it's quite a lot easier to deal with because you don't need a towel or pot holder or glove to take a hot wire basket out of a hot oven. You can simply grab that handle and dump the contents onto
You don't
a
just
plate
use
or a
your
serving
hand.
bowl.
I
That
just
doesn't work for
grab
all
it
foods, and it's
with
not
both
like the
hands
air
and
fryer
slowly pull it
replaces
out.
an oven, but for the foods where it does work, that's a neat trick. And an even neater trick is that some air fryers, even this really cheap one, have baskets which are dishwasher safe, and that makes cleanup effortless. So, believe it or not, I think these are more than just a fad, and having one in your life, if you don't already, is probably worth it. They're cheap enough now that, quite honestly, if you've been wanting to try one, you should go for it. This one wasn't even 30 bucks. But personally, I would stick to simple ones. I like this fancier version for having a window and a light, which lets you peek into the basket while things are cooking.
No, the
Though
food's sleeping.
that
Leave it
light is
alone.
an unshielded halogen capsule sitting above oily food, which feels like a design flaw. But the control situation is overly complicated. I don't want to have to interact with a touch panel, put it in the right mode, press buttons to pick the right temperature, press start, then press buttons again to set the right time. These two knobs win me over, and the dumb controls are much less likely to be a problem in the future than the electronics in here, such as the power supply, microprocessor, touch panel, and relays, which you know were cost cut as much as possible. And I don't even know how all these modes are supposed to do anything different. The fan doesn't seem to be a variable speed fan, so I figure all these modes might be able to do is fake you out as far as the temperature set point versus the actual temperature. Like just how I had to set the temperature down by at least 50 degrees to get the Hamilton Beach toaster oven to behave like I expect an oven to behave. I think it's likely these modes are just tinkering with the set points to make the same 400 degree setting produce different results in those different modes. And personally, I don't like machines which do that sort of fuzzy math on my behalf. I like using my own brain, actually.
Was crazy.
And that's the end of the video.
Anyways, that's like technology connections. He just like, he's smart dude, man. I like listening to him talk about shit. Makes me feel like I've learned something for my days up. But I'm about to get out of here. If you're still watching, thank you for tuning in. I'll be live again tomorrow night from 9 to 2 to 4 Eastern. I hope you have a good night. And